Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs,
Excellences, ladies and gentlemen,
l'augmentation des inégalités
rising
est un
inequalities
deuxième
are a
facteur
second driver of
d'insoutenabilité et
unsustainability
une tâche sur
and
notre
a stain
conscience
on our
collective.
collective conscience.
L'inégalité n'est pas une question
Inequality
technique
is not a
ou
technical
bureaucratique.
or bureaucratic issue.
Au fond,
At
l'inégalité
its
est une
heart,
question de pouvoir,
inequality is a
aux
question
racines
of power
historiques.
with historic roots.
Les conflits,
Conflict,
les bouleversements climatiques
climate
et
upheaval,
la crise du coût
and
de
the
la
cost
vie
of living crisis
étendent ces racines
pushing those
historiques
roots
plus profondément
even deeper.
encore. Dans le même temps,
At the
le
same
monde
time,
peine
the
encore à
world
se
has not
relever
recovered
de la
from the
flambée des
surge in
inégalités
inequalities
engendrées par la
caused by
pandémie.
the pandemic.
Si l'on regarde les 75
Of
pays
the world's
les plus
poorest
pauvres du
75
monde,
countries,
un tiers d'entre eux
one-third
se trouvent
are worse off
aujourd'hui
today
dans une situation
than they
pire
were
qu'il y a 5 ans.
5 years ago.
Au cours de la même
During
période,
that same period,
les 5 hommes
five
les plus
richest
riches de
men
la
in the
planète
world
ont plus que
have
doublé
more than doubled
leur fortune.
their wealth.
Et 1% des habitants
And
de la
the top
planète
1% of people
détient
on Earth
43%
own
de l'ensemble
43%
des
of
avoirs
all
financiers
global
mondiaux.
financial assets.
Au niveau national,
At the
certains
national
gouvernements
level,
découplent
some
les
governments are
inégalités
supercharging
en
inequalities
accordant des cadeaux
by
fiscaux
doling
massifs
out
aux
massive
entreprises
tax
et aux
giveaways
ultra-riches
to
au
corporations and the
détriment des
ultra-rich,
investissements dans la
while
santé,
shortchanging
l'éducation
investments in
et la
health,
protection sociale.
education and social protection.
Et personne n'est plus lésé que les femmes
No
et
one
les
is
filles du
being
monde
more
entier.
shortchanged than the world's women and
Excellences,
girls. Excellences,
la discrimination et les abus généralisés
rampant
fondés sur le
gender-based
genre
discrimination and
constituent
abuse
l'inégalité la
are
plus
the most
répandue dans
prevalent
toutes les
inequality
sociétés.
across all societies.
Chaque jour, il
Every
semble
day,
que nous soyons
it seems
confrontés
that
à
we
de
are
nouveaux cas
confronted by
révoltants
yet
de
more
féminicide,
sickening cases
de
of
violences fondées sur le
femicide,
genre et de
gender-based
viols
violence
collectifs
and mass rape,
en temps de paix
both in
comme en temps
peacetime
qu'arme de
and
guerre.
as a weapon of war.
Dans certains pays, les lois sont
In some
utilisées pour
countries,
menacer
laws are
la
being
santé
used
et les
to
droits
threaten
reproductifs.
reproductive health and rights.
Et en Afghanistan,
And in
les
Afghanistan,
lois sont utilisées pour
laws are being
entériner
used to
l'oppression
lock in the
systématique des
systematic
femmes
oppression
et
of
des
women
filles.
and girls.
Et je suis désolé de
And I
constater
am sorry to
que malgré
observe
des années de beaux
that
discours,
despite years of talk,
l'inégalité de genre
gender
se manifeste,
inequality
et je vous
is
demande
on
pardon
full
de le dire,
display.
elle se
Please
manifeste
forgive me,
aujourd'hui
it's on
encore
full
pleinement
display
dans cette enceinte.
in this hall as well.
Moins de 10%
Less than 10%
des intervenants au débat
of speakers
général de cette
during this
semaine
week's general
sont des femmes.
debate are women.
C'est inacceptable,
This is unacceptable,
surtout quand on sait que
especially
l'égalité
when
entre
we
les
know
hommes
that
et
gender
les femmes
equality
contribue à la
delivers
paix,
for
au
peace,
développement
sustainable
durable, à
development,
l'action
climate
climatique
action,
et bien plus
and
encore.
much more.
C'est précisément
That is,
pour
that
cela
is precisely why
que nous avons pris des mesures
we took
spécifiques
targeted
pour atteindre
measures
la
to
parité
achieve gender
homme-femme
parity
parmi les hauts responsables
among
de
the
l'Organisation
United
des Nations
Nations
Unies.
senior leadership.
Objectif qui est déjà complété.
This is a goal that we have already
C'est
achieved.
faisable.
It's doable.
J'exhorte les institutions
I call
politiques et
on
économiques du monde dominées
male-dominated
par les
political
hommes
and
à le
economic
faire aussi.
establishments around the world to do it as well.
Excellences,
Excellences,
les inégalités mondiales se
global
reflètent et se
inequalities
renforcent
are reflected
jusque dans
and
nos propres
reinforced
organisations
even in our
internationales.
own global
Le
institutions.
Conseil de sécurité
The
des
United
Nations Unies
Nations Security
a été
Council
conçu par les
was
vainqueurs de la
designed
Seconde
by the
Guerre
victors
mondiale.
of the Second World War.
À l'époque, la majeure
At the
partie du
time,
continent
most of
africain
the
était
African
encore sous
continent was still
domination
under
coloniale.
colonial domination.
À ce jour, l'Afrique
To this
n'a
day,
toujours aucun
Africa
siège
has no
permanent
permanent seat
au sein
on
de
the
la
world's
principale
preeminent
instance de paix
Council
du monde.
of Peace.
Un changement s'impose.
This must change.
Et
So must the global financial architecture set up 80 years ago. I commend the leaders of the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund for taking the important steps that they have. But, as the Pact for the Future emphasizes, tackling inequalities requires accelerating reform of the international financial architecture. Over the past 8 decades, the global economy has grown and transformed. The Bretton Woods institutions have not kept pace. They can no longer provide a global safety net. or offer developing countries the level of support that they need. In the world's poorest countries, the debt interest payments now cost more on average than investments in education, health and infrastructure combined. And around the world, more than 80% of Sustainable Development Goal targets are off track. Excellencies, getting back on track requires a surge of financing for the 2030 Agenda and the Paris Agreement. That means that G20 countries need to lead on an SDG stimulus of $500 billion a year. It means reforms to substantially increase the lending capacity of multilateral development banks and to enable them to massively scale up affordable long-term climate and development finance. It means expanding contingency financing through recycling of special drawing rights. And it means promoting long-term debt restructuring. Excellencies, I have no illusions about the obstacles to reform of the multilateral system. Those with political and economic power, or those who believe they have that power, are always reluctant to change. But the status quo is already draining their power. Without reform, fragmentation is inevitable, and global institutions will become less legitimate, less credible, and less effective.
Excellencies, the third driver of our unsustainable world is uncertainty. The ground is shifting under our feet. Anxiety levels are off the charts, and young people in particular are counting on us and seeking solutions. Uncertainty is compounded by two existential threats: the climate crisis and the rapid advance of technology, in particular artificial intelligence. Excellencies, we are in a climate meltdown. Extreme temperatures, raging fires, droughts, and epic floods are not natural disasters. They are human disasters, increasingly fueled by fossil fuels. No country is spared. But the poorest and most vulnerable are hardest hit. Hazards are blowing a hole through the budgets of many African countries, costing up to 5% of GDP every year. And this is just the start. We are on course to careen past the global limit of a 1.5-degree temperature rise. But as the problem gets worse, solutions are getting better. Renewable prices are plummeting, rollout is accelerating, and lives are being transformed by affordable, accessible, clean energy. Renewables don't just generate power, they generate jobs, wealth, energy security, and a path out of poverty for millions. But developing countries cannot be plundered in that journey. Our panel on critical minerals has recommended fair and sustainable ways to meet global demand for these resources which are essential to the renewables revolution. Excellencies, a future without fossil fuel is certain. A fair and fast transition is not. That is in your hands. By next year, every country must produce an ambitious new national climate action plan or national determined contributions. And this must bring national energy strategies, sustainable development priorities, and climate ambitions together. They must align with 1.5-degree limit, cover the whole economy, and contribute to every one of the COP28 energy transition targets. An International Energy Agency report released today breaks this down. By 2035, on average, advanced economies must slash energy emissions 80% and the emerging markets 65%. The G20 is responsible for 80% of total emissions. They must lead the charge, keeping with the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities in the light of different national circumstances, but these must be done with a joint effort, pooling resources, scientific capacities, and proven and affordable technologies for all to be able to reach those targets. I'm honored to be working closely with President Lula of Brazil, who is both G20 chair and COP30 host, to secure maximum ambition, acceleration, and cooperation. We just met for that purpose. Finance is essential. COP29 is around the corner. It must deliver a significant new finance goal. And we also need a loss and damage fund that meets the scale of the challenge and developed countries meeting their adaptation finance promises. And we must finally flip the script on a crazy situation. We continue to reward polluters to wreck our planet. The fossil fuel industry continues to pocket massive profits and subsidies, while everyday people bear the costs of climate catastrophe, from rising insurance premiums to lost livelihoods. I call on G20 countries to shift money from fossil fuel subsidies and investments to a just energy transition, to put an effective price on carbon, and to implement new and innovative sources of financing, including solidarity levies on fossil fuel extraction through legally binding, transparent mechanisms. All by next year, and this taking into account that those who shoulder the blame must foot the bill. Polluters must pay. Excellencies, the rapid rise of new technologies poses another unpredictable existential risk. Artificial intelligence will change virtually everything we know, from work, education and communication to culture and politics. We know AI is rapidly advancing, but where is it taking us? To more freedom or more conflict? To a more sustainable world or greater inequality? To being better informed or easier to manipulate? A handful of companies and even individuals have already amassed enormous power over the development of AI with little accountability or oversight for the moment. Without a global approach to its management, artificial intelligence could lead to artificial divisions across the board. A great fracture with two internets, two markets, two economies, with every country forced to pick a side and enormous consequences for all. The United Nations is the universal platform for dialogue and consensus. It is uniquely placed to promote cooperation on AI based on the values of the Charter and international law. The global debate happens here, or it does not happen. And I welcome important first steps. 2 resolutions in the General Assembly, the Global Digital Compact, and the recommendations of the high-level body on AI can lay the foundations for inclusive governance of AI. Let's move forward together to make AI a force for good. Excellencies, nothing lasts forever. But the feature of human life is that it appears otherwise. The current order always feels fixed until it is not. Across human history, we see empires rising and falling, old certainties crumbling, tectonic shifts in global affairs. Today, our course is unsustainable. It is in all our interests to manage the epic transformations underway, to choose the future we want, and to guide our world towards it. Many have said that the divisions and differences today are just too great, that it is impossible for us to come together for the common good. You proved that is not true. The Summit of the Future showed that with a spirit of dialogue and compromise, we can join forces to steer our world to a more sustainable path. It is not the end. It is the start of a journey, a compass in the whirlwind. Let's keep going. Let's move our world towards less impunity and more accountability, less inequality and more justice, less uncertainty and more opportunity. The people of the world are looking to us, and succeeding generations will look back on us. Let them find us on the side of the United Nations Charter, on the side of our shared values and principles, and on the right side of history. And I thank you.
I thank the Secretary General. The Assembly will now turn to Agenda Item 8, entitled General Debate. Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I extend a heartfelt welcome to the delegations from member states, observers, and esteemed guests. It is my profound honor and privilege to welcome you to this august hall for the general debate of the 79th session of the General Assembly. Before I proceed, I would like to recognize the presence here today of 9 of my predecessors, past presidents of the General Assembly. Although barely 2 weeks in the job, I can already appreciate the challenges they navigated through. The general debate remains one of the world's most inclusive, representative, and authoritative platforms for global reflection and collective action. This year, the urgency of our task cannot be overstated. We are falling behind in our pursuit of the Sustainable Development Goals. I am informed that with just 5 years to go, less than 18% of the goals have been achieved. Also, the climate crisis is no longer a distant threat. It is here now, ravaging ecosystems and dismantling the livelihoods of entire communities. Conflicts rage from the Middle East to Ukraine, from Haiti to South Sudan, leaving in their wake death, destruction, and immense suffering. I call for an immediate ceasefire in all these conflict settings. For almost a year now, the people of Gaza and Israel have been caught in a spiraling cycle of conflict and retribution. I take this opportunity to call for an immediate ceasefire for the Hamas-Israel war, the unconditional release of hostages, and for all parties to abide by international law, including international humanitarian law, and work towards a just and lasting solution grounded in the United Nations Charter, relevant resolutions, and international law ensuring dignity for both Palestinians and Israelis. Indeed, only a two-state solution can end the cycle of violence and instability, ensuring peace, security, and dignity for both Palestinians and Israelis. Excellencies, we should be coming together for peace and the well-being of our citizens. We should not divert essential resources into military stockpiles, fueling an arms race never before seen since the Cold War era. Nuclear weapons continue to be a threat to humanity and to our planet. A nuclear war must never be fought. Conditions for their use or accidental explosion must always be avoided. We call for urgent measures for the abolition of these tools of the annihilation of the human race and our environment. Old hatreds rooted in prejudice and ignorance persist, and new divisions arise where none should exist. In the recent past, mistrust among states has grown steadily, complicating prospects for peaceful settlement of interstate disputes. It is time to invest more in building trust and practicing dialogue. Constant dialogue is a powerful weapon for all governments have in their hands. Trust and dialogue are integral parts of our human dignity and precondition for lasting peace and security. Excellencies, gender equality remains a distant goal as many women and girls around the world continue to be denied their basic rights, justice, and opportunities. Globally, we witness a troubling regression in the protection of human rights and human dignity. Millions remain trapped in poverty, their lives restricted by forces beyond their control. Forced labor and modern slavery, extending even to young boys and girls of school age, are an insult to human dignity. They must be combated in every society at all times. Excellencies, there is an urgent need to reform the international financial system as too many countries remain burdened by crippling debt, forced to choose between servicing loans and improving the lives of their citizens. Meanwhile, the digital divide continues to widen, cutting off entire populations from the tools needed to succeed in the 21st century. Excellencies, we are not mere spectators of these crises, nor are we powerless to act. Within this hall are the leaders and representatives of the world's nations, the very people with the authority and responsibility to shape the course of our shared future. At our disposal is one of the most powerful tools for positive change: international cooperation grounded in the undeniable truth that even the most powerful nation cannot solve these complex borderless challenges alone. This truth was reaffirmed through our efforts at the Summit of the Future and the consensus adoption of the Pact of the Future. The Pact of the Future charts a path forward, reinvigorating our multilateral institutions with renewed energy, focus, and clarity to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world. Let us build on this momentum. Excellencies, a better world begins with unlocking the potential of we, the peoples of the world. freedom and good governance ensure that no one, no individual, no community is left behind. In this endeavor, we must never overlook the challenges faced by the small island developing states, the landlocked developing states, the least developing countries, and the small states. It is incumbent on the United Nations to do more than just express solidarity. Specific programs responding to the unique situations in which these groups of states find themselves must be envisaged. This will be a priority of my presidency. Africa is one of the priorities of the United Nations. We must support Africa. The African Union's Agenda 2063 presents a bold and transformative vision for the continent. Africa currently has the youngest population in the world, and by 2063, 1 in 4 people will be African. The generation of resources for the well-being of these peoples has been much slower than the population growth. We must not let Africa's potential go unrealized. In fact, to truly unlock Africa's vast potential, we must actively cultivate global partnerships that align with the continent's aspirations and drive its success. In this endeavor, I look forward to working with member states of the United Nations this year on keeping Africa at the heart of our agenda. Excellencies, in this 79th session, I also want to prioritize multilingualism as a recognition of our world's cultural and linguistic richness. We understand that the multitude of languages, cultures, and perspectives should not be viewed as a source of division, but as a wellspring of strength. Excellencies, we anticipate a very successful high-level week. In addition to the recently concluded Summit of the Future and this ongoing general debate, several critical high-level events are expected to take place. These include the high-level event on microbial resistance, the high-level meeting on addressing the existential threats posed by sea level rise, and the high-level plenary meeting to commemorate and promote the International Day for the Total Elimination of Nuclear Weapons. Throughout the 79th session, we will address the urgent issues of our time. While we may not agree on every issue, we all share the same fundamental goal: to build a better world for everyone, everywhere. Here today are representatives from 193 member states, each embodying our collective aspirations, each guided by a shared vision. The path ahead is difficult, fraught with obstacles that may at times seem insurmountable, but they are not impassable. We have the tools, the knowledge, and the collective will to overcome these challenges if we act together with courage and conviction. Thank you. Before giving the floor to the first speaker for this morning, I would like to remind members that the list of speakers for the general debate has been established on the agreed basis that statements should be no longer than 15 minutes to enable all the speakers to be heard at a given meeting. Within this time frame, I would like to appeal to speakers to deliver their statements at a reasonable pace so that interpretation into other official United Nations languages may be provided properly. I would also like to draw your attention to the decision taken by the General Assembly at previous sessions, namely, that the practice of expressing congratulations inside the General Assembly Hall after a speech has been delivered is strongly discouraged. After delivering the statements from the rostrum, speakers are invited to exit the General Assembly Hall through room GA 200, located behind the podium, before returning to their seats. May I take it that the General Assembly agrees to proceed in this manner? It is so decided. Finally, I should like to draw the attention of members that during the general debate, official photographs of all the speakers are taken by the Department of Global Communications. Members interested in obtaining these photographs are requested to contact the Photo Library of the United Nations. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Luis Inácio Lula da Silva, President of the Federative Republic of Brazil. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Muito bem. Meus cumprimentos.
My greetings to the President of the General Assembly, Mr. Yang. I would like to greet the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, and each of the heads of state and government and delegates present. I'd like to address specifically to the Palestinian delegation who is taking part in this opening session for the first time, albeit as an observer member. I'd like to also mention President Abbas attending this meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, the day before yesterday, here in this very plenary, we adopted the Pact for the Future. Its difficult approval shows the weakening of our collective capacity for negotiation and dialogue. Its limited scope is also an expression of the paradox of our time. We walk around in circles between possible commitments that lead to insufficient results. Not even with the tragedy of COVID-19 were we able to unite around a treaty on pandemics at the World Health Organization. We need to go much further and provide the UN with the necessary means to face the dizzying changes in the international panorama. We are living in a time of growing anguish, frustration, tension, and fear. We are witnessing an alarming escalation of geopolitical disputes and strategic rivalries. 2023 holds the sad record of the highest number of conflicts since World War II. Global military spending grew for the 9th consecutive year and reached $2.4 trillion. Over $90 billion have been mobilized with nuclear arsenals. These resources could have been used to finance the fight against hunger and climate change. What we are seeing is an increase in military capabilities. The use of force, not supported by international law, is becoming the rule. We are witnessing two simultaneous conflicts with the potential to become widespread conflagrations. In Ukraine, with regret, we are seeing the war extending without any prospect of peace. Brazil has firmly condemned the invasion of the Ukrainian territory. It is already clear that neither side will be able to achieve all their objectives through military means. The use of increasingly destructive weapons brings to the mind the darkest days of their sterile Cold War confrontation. Creating conditions for resuming direct dialogue between the parties is crucial at this time. This is a message of the 6 points of understanding that China and Brazil offer for a process of dialogue to be established and for the hostilities to end. In Gaza and the West Bank, we are witnessing one of the greatest humanitarian crises in recent history, which is now spreading dangerously to Lebanon. What began as a terrorist action by fanatics against innocent Israeli civilians has become a collective punishment for the entire Palestinian people. There have been over 40,000 fatal victims, mostly women and children. The right to defense has become the right to vengeance, which prevents an agreement for the release of hostages and postpones the ceasefire. Forgotten conflicts in Sudan and Yemen are causing excruciating suffering to nearly 30 million people. This year, the number of people in need of humanitarian aid in the world will reach 300 million. In times of increasing polarization, expressions such as deglobalization and decoupling have become commonplace, but it is impossible to deplanetize our life together. We're doomed to climate change interdependence. The planet is no longer waiting to demand payment for the next generation and is fed up with unfulfilled climate agreements. It is tired of neglected carbon reduction targets and financial aid to poor countries that does not arrive. Denialism succumbs to evidence of global warming. 2024 is on track to be the hottest year in modern history. Hurricanes in the Caribbean, typhoons in Asia, droughts and floods in Africa, torrential rains in Europe leave a trail of death and destruction. In the south of Brazil, we had the biggest flood since 1941. The Amazon is experiencing the worst drought in 45 years. The forest fires have spread across the country and have already devoured 5 million hectares in August alone. My government does not outsource responsibilities, nor does it abdicate its sovereignty. We have done already a lot, but we know that much more needs to be done. In addition to facing the challenge of climate crisis, we're fighting against those who profit with environmental degradation. We will not tolerate environmental crimes, illegal mining, and organized crime. We reduced the deforestation in the Amazon by 50% in the last year, and we will eradicate it by 2030. It is no longer acceptable to think about solutions for tropical forests without listening to the indigenous peoples, traditional communities, and all those that live in them. Our sustainable development hoping resorting to ultra-liberal experiments that only worsen the difficulties of an impoverished continent. The future of our region depends, above all, on building a sustainable, efficient, and inclusive state that tackles all forms of discrimination. A future which is not intimidated by individuals, corporations, or digital platforms that consider themselves above the law. Freedom is the first victim of a world with no rules. Essential elements of sovereignty includes the right to prescribe laws, adjudicate disputes, and enforce rules within one's territory, including the digital environment. The state we are building is sensitive to the needs of the most vulnerable, without giving up sound macroeconomic foundations. The false opposition between state and market was abandoned by developed nations, which returned to practice active industrial policies and strong regulation of the domestic economy. In the area of artificial intelligence, we are experiencing the consolidation of asymmetries that lead to a true knowledge oligopoly. The unprecedented concentration in the hands of a small number of people and companies based in an even smaller number of countries is advancing. We are interested in emancipatory artificial intelligence, which also has the face of the global south and which strengthens cultural diversity, that respects human rights, protects personal data, and promotes information integrity. And above all, that it will be a tool for peace, not for war. We need an intergovernment governance of artificial intelligence in which all states have a seat. Mr. President, conditions for accessing financial resources remain prohibitive for most low and middle income countries. The debt burden limits fiscal room to invest in health and education, reduce inequalities, and address climate change. African countries borrow at rates up to 8 times higher than Germany and 4 times higher than the United States. It's a Marshall Plan in reverse, in which the poorest finance the richest. Without greater participation of the developing countries in the management of the IMF and the World Bank, there will be no effective change. While the Sustainable Development Goals lag behind, the world's 150 largest companies have collectively made up to $1 trillion in profits over the last 2 years. The fortunes of the top 5 billionaires have more than doubled since the start of this decade, while 60% of humanity has become poor. The super rich pay proportionally much less tax than the working class. To remedy this anomaly, Brazil has insisted on international cooperation to develop minimum global taxation standards. The data released by FAO 2 months ago on the state of food insecurity in the world is shocking. The number of people going hungry around the world has increased by more than 152 million since 2019. This means that 9% of the world's population, 733 million people, are undernourished. The problem is severe in Africa and Asia, but it also persists in parts of Latin America. Women and girls make up the majority of people facing hunger in the world. Pandemics, armed conflicts, climate events, and agricultural subsidies from rich countries are increasing the scope of this scourge. But hunger is not just the result of external factors. It arises above all from political choices. Today, the world produces more than enough food to eradicate it. What is missing is for conditions to be created so that food may be affordable. This is my government's most urgent commitment: end hunger in Brazil, as we did in 2014. In 23 alone, we lifted 24,400,000 people out of a condition of severe food insecurity. The Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, which we will launch in Rio de Janeiro in November, was born from this political will and this spirit of solidarity. It will be one of the main results of the Brazilian G20 chairmanship and is open to the world. Anyone who wants to join this collective effort is welcome. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, about to turn 80, the United Nations Charter has never undergone comprehensive reform. Only 4 amendments were passed, all of them between 1965 and 1973. The Charter's current version fails to address some of humanity's most pressing challenges. When the UN was founded, we were 51 countries. We are now 193 countries. Several countries, mainly on the African continent, were under colonial rule when the UN was founded and had no say over its goals and functioning. There is no gender balance in the highest positions. The position of Secretary General has never been held by a woman. We are approaching the end of the first quarter of the 21st century, with the United Nations increasingly empty and paralyzed. It is time to react vigorously to this situation, restoring to the organization the prerogatives that derive from its status as a universal forum. One-off adjustments are not enough. We need to think about reviewing and revising the Charter comprehensively. The reform should include the following goals: transforming the Economic and Social Council into the main forum for dealing with sustainable development and the fight against climate change with a real capacity to inspire financial institutions, revitalizing the role of the General Assembly, including in matters of international peace and security, strengthening of the Peace-Building Commission, reform of the Security Council, focusing on its composition, working methods, and veto powers in order to make it more effective and representative of contemporary realities, excluding Latin America and Africa from the permanent seats of the Security Council is an unacceptable echo of domination practices from the colonial past. Let's promote this discussion in a transparent way. Let's promote this discussion in a transparent way in consultation with the G77, the G20, and the BRICS, in the CARICOM, at the UE, and any other spaces that exist. I have no illusions about the complexity of a reform like this, which will face crystallized interests in maintaining the status quo. It will require enormous negotiation effort, but that is our responsibility. We cannot wait for another world tragedy like the World War II to only then build a new governance on its rubbles. The will of the majority can persuade those who cling to the raw expression of the mechanisms of power. The humanities' aspirations echo in this plenary. Here, we engage in the world's big debates. In this forum, we look for answers to the problems inflicted on the world. It is up to the General Assembly, the biggest expression of multilateralism, the mission to pave the way for the future. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, say they're checking a few things before he's here. But I think they're checking a few things. I don't know.
Just arriving, another minute.
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Joseph R. Biden, Jr., President of the United States of America. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Here's my back. My fellow leaders, today is the fourth time I've had the great honor of speaking to this assembly as President of the United States. It'll be my last. I've seen a remarkable sweep of history. I was first elected to office in the United States of America as a U.S. Senator in 1972. Now, I know I look like I'm only 40. I know that. I was 29 years old. Back then, we were living through an inflection point, a moment of tension and uncertainty. The world was divided by the Cold War. The Middle East was headed toward war. America was at war in Vietnam. At that point, the longest war in America's history. Our country was divided and angry, and there were questions about our staying power and our future. But even then, I entered public life not out of despair, but out of optimism. The United States and the world got through that moment. It wasn't easy or simple without significant setbacks. But we go on to reduce the threat of nuclear weapons through arms control, and then go on to bring the Cold War itself to an end. Israel and Egypt went to war, but then forged a historic peace. We ended the war in Vietnam. The last year in Hanoi, I met with the Vietnamese leadership. We elevated our partnership to the highest level. It's a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the capacity for reconciliation. That today the United States and Vietnam are partners and friends. And it's proof that even from the horrors of war, there's a way forward. Things can get better. We should never forget that. I've seen that throughout my career. In the 1980s, I spoke out against apartheid in South Africa. And then I watched the racist regime fall. In the 1990s, I worked to hold Milosevic accountable for war crimes. He was held accountable. At home, I wrote and passed the Violence Against Women Act to end the scourge of violence against women and girls, not only in America, but across the world, as many of you have as well. But we have so much more to do, especially against rape and sexual violence as weapons of war and terror. We were attacked on 9/11 by al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden. We brought him justice. Then I came to the presidency at another moment of crisis and uncertainty. I believed America had to look forward. New challenges, new threats, new opportunities were in front of us. We needed to put ourselves in a position to see the threats, to deal with the challenges, and to seize the opportunities as well. We need to end the era of war that began on 9/11. As Vice President to President Obama, he asked me to work to wind down the military operations in Iraq, and we did, painful as it was. When I came to office as president, Afghanistan had replaced Vietnam as America's longest war. I was determined to end it, and I did. It was a hard decision, but the right decision. 4 American presidents had faced that decision, but I was determined not to leave it to the 5th. It was a decision accompanied by tragedy. 13 brave Americans lost their lives, along with hundreds of Afghans in a suicide bomb. I think those lost lives, I think of them every day. I think of all the 2,461 U.S. military deaths over a long 20 years of that war. 20,744 American servicemen wounded in action. I think of their service, their sacrifice, and their heroism. I know other countries lost their own men and women fighting alongside us. We honor their sacrifices as well. To face the future, I was also determined to rebuild my country's alliances and partnerships to a level not previously seen. We did just that, from traditional treaty alliances to new partnerships like the Quad with the United States, Japan, Australia, and India. I know many look at the world today and see difficulties and react with despair. but I do not. I won't. As leaders, we don't have the luxury. I recognize the challenges from Ukraine to Gaza to Sudan and beyond. War, hunger, terrorism, brutality, record displacement of people, a climate crisis, democracy at risk, strains within our societies, the promise of artificial intelligence and its significant risk. The list goes on. But maybe because all I've seen and all we have done together over the decades, I have hope. I know there is a way forward. In 1919, the Irish poet William Butler Yeats described a world, and I quote, "where things fall apart, the center cannot hold, mere anarchy is loosed upon the world," end of quote. Some may say those words describe the world not just in 1919, but in 2024. But I see a critical distinction. In our time, the center has held. Leaders and people from every region and across the political spectrum have stood together, turned the page. We turned the page on the worst pandemic in a century. We made sure COVID no longer controls our lives. We defended the UN Charter and ensured the survival of Ukraine as a free nation. My country made the largest investment in climate, clean energy, ever anywhere in history. There will always be forces that pull our countries apart and the world apart. Aggression, extremism, chaos, and cynicism. A desire to retreat from the world and go it alone. Our task, our test, is to make sure that the forces holding us together are stronger than those who are pulling us apart. That the principles of partnership that we came here each year to uphold can withstand the challenges. That the center holds once again. My fellow leaders, I truly believe we're at another inflection point in world history, where the choices we make today will determine our future for decades to come. Will we stand behind the principles that unite us? Will we stand firm against aggression? Will we end the conflicts that are raging today? Will we take on global challenges like climate change, hunger, and disease? Will we plan now for the opportunities and risk of a revolutionary new technologies? I want to talk today about each of these decisions and the actions, in my view, we must take. To start, each of us in this body has made a commitment to the principles of the UN Charter to stand up against aggression. When Russia invaded Ukraine, we could have stood by and merely protested. But Vice President Harris and I understood that that was an assault on everything this institution is supposed to stand for. And so, in my direction, America stepped into the breach, providing massive security and economic and humanitarian assistance. Our NATO allies and partners in 50-plus nations stood up as well. But most importantly, the Ukrainian people stood up. I asked the people of this chamber to stand up for them. The good news is Putin's war has failed and at his core aim. He set out to destroy Ukraine, but Ukraine is still free. He set out to weaken NATO, but NATO is bigger, stronger, and more united than ever before, with 2 new members, Finland and Sweden. But we cannot let up. The world now has another choice to make. Will we sustain our support to help Ukraine win this war and preserve its freedom, or walk away and let aggression be renewed and a nation be destroyed? I know my answer. We cannot grow weary. We cannot look away. And we will not let up on our support for Ukraine, not until Ukraine wins a just and durable peace in the UN Charter. We also need to uphold our principles as we seek to responsibly manage the competition with China so it does not veer into conflict. We stand ready to cooperate on urgent challenges for the good of our people and the people everywhere. We recently resumed cooperation with China to stop the flow of deadly synthetic narcotics. I appreciate the collaboration. It matters for the people of my country and many others around the world. On matters of conviction, the United States is unabashed, pushing back against unfair economic competition, against military coercion of other nations in the South China Sea, and maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Straits, and protecting our most advanced technologies so they cannot be used against us or any of our partners. At the same time, we're going to continue to strengthen our network of alliances and partnerships across the Indo-Pacific. These partnerships are not against any nation. They're building blocks for a free, open, secure, and peaceful Indo-Pacific. We're also working to bring greater measure of peace and stability to the Middle East. The world must not flinch from the horrors of October 7th. Any country would have the right and responsibility to ensure that such an attack can never happen again. Thousands of armed Hamas terrorists invaded a sovereign state, slaughtering and massacring more than 1,200 people, including 46 Americans, in their homes and at a music festival. Despicable acts of sexual violence, 250 innocents taken hostage. I've met with the families of those hostages. I've grieved with them. They're going through hell. Innocent civilians in Gaza are also going through hell. Thousands and thousands killed, including aid workers. Too many families dislocated, crowding into tents, facing a dire humanitarian situation. They did not ask for this war that Hamas started. I put forward with Qatar and Egypt a ceasefire and hostage deal. It's been endorsed by the UN Security Council. Now is the time for the parties to finalize its terms, bring the hostages home, and secure security for Israel and Gaza free of Hamas' grip, ease the suffering in Gaza, and end this war. On October 7th, since October 7th, we've also been determined to prevent a wider war that engulfs the entire region. Hezbollah, unprovoked, joined the October 7th attack, launching rockets into Israel. Almost a year later, too many on each side of the Israeli-Lebanon border remain displaced. A full-scale war is not in anyone's interest. Even if the situation has escalated, a diplomatic solution is still possible. In fact, it remains the only path to lasting security to allow the residents from both countries to return to their homes and the border safely. And that's what we're working tirelessly to achieve. As we look ahead, we must also address the rise of violence against innocent Palestinians on the West Bank and set the conditions for a better future, including a two-state solution where Israel enjoys security and peace and full recognition and normalized relations with all its neighbors, where Palestinians live in security, dignity, and self-determination in a state of their own. Progress toward peace will put us in a stronger position to deal with the ongoing threat posed by Iran. Together we must deny oxygen to its terrorist proxies, which have called for more October 7th and ensure that Iran will never, ever obtain a nuclear weapon. Gaza is not the only conflict that deserves our outrage. In Sudan, a bloody civil war unleashed one of the world's worst humanitarian crises. 8 million on the brink of famine. Hundreds of thousands already there. Atrocities in Darfur and elsewhere. The United States has led the world in providing humanitarian aid to Sudan. And with our partners, we've led diplomatic talks to try to silence the guns and avert a wider famine. The world needs to stop arming the generals, to speak with one voice and tell them, stop tearing your country apart, stop blocking aid to the Sudanese people, end this war now. But people need more than the absence of war. They need a chance to live in dignity. They need to be protected from the ravages of climate change, hunger, and disease. Our administration has invested over $150 billion to make progress and other sustainable development goals. It includes $20 billion for food security, over $50 billion for global health. We've mobilized billions more in private sector investment. We've taken the most ambitious climate action in history. We've moved to rejoin the Paris Agreement on day one. And today, my country is finally on track to cut emissions in half by 2030. On track to honor my pledge to quadruple climate financing to developing nations with $11 billion thus far this year. We've rejoined the World Health Organization, donating nearly 700 million doses of COVID vaccine to 117 countries. We must now move quickly to face Mpox outbreak in Africa. We're prepared to commit $500 million to help African countries prevent and respond to Mpox and to donate 1 million doses of Mpox vaccine now. We call on our partners to match our pledge and make this a billion-dollar commitment to the people of Africa. Beyond the core necessities of food and health, the United States, the G7, and our partners have embarked on an ambitious initiative to mobilize and deliver significant finance to the developing world. We're working to help countries build out their infrastructure, to clean energy transition, to the digital transformation, to lay new economic foundations for a prosperous future. It's called the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment. We've already started to see the fruits of this emerge in Southern Africa and Southeast Asia and in the Americas. We have to keep it going. I want to get things done together. In order to do that, we must build a stronger, more effective, and more inclusive United Nations. The UN needs to adapt and bring new voices and new perspectives. That's why we support reforming and expanding the membership of the UN Security Council. My UN ambassador just laid out our detailed vision to reflect today's world, not yesterday's. It's time to move forward. The Security Council, like the UN itself, needs to go back to the job of making peace, of brokering deals to end wars and suffering. And to stop the spread of the most dangerous weapons, of stabilizing troubled regions in East Africa, from East Africa to Haiti, to Kenya-led mission that's working alongside the Haitian people to turn the tide. We also have a responsibility to prepare our citizens for the future. We'll see more technological change, I argue, in the next 2 to 10 years than we have in the last 50 years. Artificial intelligence is going to change our ways of life, our ways of work, and our ways of war. It could usher in scientific progress at a pace never seen before, and much of it could make our lives better. But AI also brings profound risks, from deep fakes to disinformation, to novel pathogens, to bioweapons. We've worked at home and abroad to define the new norms and standards. This year, we achieved the first ever General Assembly resolution on AI to start developing global rules of the road. We also announced a declaration on the responsible use of AI, joined by 60 countries in this chamber. But let's be honest, this is just the tip of the iceberg, what we need to do to manage this new technology. Nothing is certain about how AI will evolve or how it will be deployed. No one knows all the answers. My fellow leaders, it's with humility I offer 2 questions. First, how do we as an international community govern AI? As countries and companies race to uncertain frontiers, we need an equally urgent effort to ensure AI's safety, security, and trustworthiness. As AI grows more powerful, it must grow also must grow more responsive to our collective needs and values. Benefits of all must be shared equitably. It should be harnessed to narrow, not deepen digital divides. Second, will we ensure that AI supports rather than undermines the core principles that human life has value and all humans deserve dignity? We must make certain that the awesome capabilities of AI will be used to uplift and empower everyday people, not to give dictators more powerful shackles on the human spirit. In the years ahead, there may well be no greater test of our leadership than how we deal with AI. Let me close with this. Even as we navigate so much change, one thing must not change. We must never forget who we're here to represent. We, the people. These are the first words of our Constitution, the very idea of America. They inspired the opening words of the UN Charter. I made the preservation of democracy the central cause of my presidency. This summer, I faced a decision whether to seek a second term as president. It was a difficult decision. Being president has been the honor of my life. There's so much more I want to get done. As much as I love the job, I love my country more. I decided after 50 years of public service, it's time for a new generation of leadership to take my nation forward. My fellow leaders, let us never forget, some things are more important than staying in power. It's your people. It's your people that matter the most. Never forget, we are here to serve the people, not the other way around. Because the future will be won by those who unleash the full potential of their people, to breathe free, to think freely, to innovate, to educate, to live and love openly without fear. That's the soul of democracy. It does not belong to any one country. I've seen it all around the world, and the brave men and women who ended apartheid, brought down the Berlin Wall, fight today for freedom and justice and dignity. We saw it, that universal yearning for rights and freedom in Venezuela, where millions cast their vote for change that hadn't been recognized. But it can't be denied. The world knows the truth. We saw it in Uganda, LGBT activists demanding safety and recognition of their common humanity. We've seen citizens across the world peacefully choosing their future, from Ghana to India to South Korea, nations representing 1/4 of humanity who will hold elections this year alone. It's remarkable, the power of we the people, that makes me more optimistic about the future than I've ever been. Since I was first elected to the United States Senate in 1972, every age faces its challenges. I saw it as a young man. I see it today. But we are stronger than we think. We're stronger together than alone. And what the people call impossible is just an illusion. Nelson Mandela taught us, and I quote, "It always seems impossible until it's done. It always seems impossible until it's done." My fellow leaders, there is nothing that's beyond our capacity if we work together. Let's work together. God bless you all, and may God protect all those who seek peace. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the United States of America. May I request representatives to remain seated while we suspend the meeting for 5 minutes before resuming to hear the next speaker.
This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service.
The just resistance of the Palestinian people against the occupiers of their land is too noble. It's honorable and legitimate to be called illegitimate. It's heroic and it's noble. The only reason for Israel's aggression against the Palestinian people is the unconditional support of a group of countries. And I would like to wave at my brothers and sisters at the legitimate resistance in Palestine. As I've said before, the support of a group of countries for Israel is the reason why this aggression is still going on. Countries that have a say over Israel are openly complicit in this massacre, with a policy of run for the hare and catch the hound. Those who are supposedly working for a ceasefire in front of the stage continue to send arms and ammunition to Israel so that it can continue its massacres in the background. This inconsistency and this is insincerity. Look, there's a paper that has been going around back and forth since May. Hamas has repeatedly declared its acceptance of the ceasefire offer, but the Israeli government has made it very clear that this is the party that doesn't want peace by constantly dragging its feet, making a settlement of the dispute much more difficult, almost impossible, constantly finding an excuse and sneakily killing its negotiating partner at a time when it was closest to a ceasefire. Israel's stalling and deception should not be given any more credit. In the absence of the implementation, of UN Security Council Resolution number 2735, coercive measures against Israel should be put on the agenda. Israel's behavior has once again demonstrated that it is imperative for the international community to develop a protection mechanism for Palestinian civilians. 70 years ago, just as Hitler was stopped by an alliance of humanity, Netanyahu and his murder network must be stopped by an alliance of humanity. We believe that the General Assembly's authority to recommend the use of force, as in the 1950 Resolution on Unity for Peace, should be considered in this process during this time. An immediate and a permanent ceasefire must be established. Hostages and prisoners must be exchanged. And humanitarian aid must be delivered to Gaza unhindered and uninterrupted. It's very, very important that we extend a helping hand to the people of Gaza, especially before the winter season, when conditions on the ground will become even more challenging. Look, right now, 70% of the water supplies and 75% of the bakeries in Gaza have been destroyed. 95% of health centers were partially or completely damaged. 150,000 houses were completely destroyed, 200,000 houses were partially destroyed, and 80,000 houses become uninhabitable. Infectious diseases such as polio and hepatitis are on the rise. The people of Gaza receive only a quarter of the aid they urgently need. That's what they have access to. And as Turkey, we have been providing humanitarian aid to our brothers and sisters in Palestine, and we will keep on doing that. With more than 60,000 tons of aid, Turkey is the country sending the largest amount of aid to Gaza. Likewise, by halting commercial transactions with Israel, we have demonstrated our stance on this issue. Now, during the last couple of weeks, attacks by Israeli have been increased in Lebanon, and we are by the side of Lebanese people and the Lebanese government. We can see this truth for what it is. Those who murdered 41,000 people cannot rest until those who gave the orders, pulled the trigger, and dropped the bombs are held accountable for their crimes. We will not heave a sigh of relief. Our conscience will not go silent. The bill for the billions of dollars of damage caused in the cities that have been destroyed, wrecked, and reduced to rubble must and will be compensated by the perpetrators. We support the case brought by the Republic of South Africa at the International Court of Justice to ensure that Israel's crimes do not go unpunished. We will take every step necessary for justice to be served in the case for which we have applied as an intervener or as a party. We will fight for the blood of Ayşenur Ezgi Eygi, who was shot in the head and murdered by Israeli soldiers during a peaceful protest in Nablus. And we will fight in all legal remedies, and we will keep on doing that. While a ceasefire in Gaza is urgently needed, the underlying problem in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is the Israeli occupation of Palestinian territories. Based on the 1967 borders, an independent, sovereign, and geographically integrated Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital must come into being. This cannot be delayed any longer. I would like it to be known that we are closely following Israel's increasing attacks on our first Qibla, Al-Aqsa Mosque, and Haram al-Sharif. I would like to state once again on this podium as Tayyip Erdogan once again that I'm not using a language of politics. I am encouraged by our ancestors who have always stood by the side of the victims honorably and nobly. We are a nation that has been on the side of the oppressed and against the oppressors and oppression throughout history. We are such a nation. We welcomed Jews fleeing the Inquisition 500 years ago and Jews fleeing Hitler's concentration camps. We opened our arms wide. We, as a country and a nation, I'll be very clear to say that we have no animosity or hostility towards the people of Israel. We oppose anti-Semitism in the same way we oppose the targeting of Muslims just because of their faith. Our problem is with the massacre policies of the Israeli government. Our problem is with the oppressor and the oppression, just as it was 5 centuries ago. Everybody should know about this. We will always speak of the truth and speak of what's right and what's fair. Even if some people will be uncomfortable, we will continue to shout out the truth and stand by the righteous and boldly say that we will speak of what we know is right, even though it will hurt some people. From here, I would like to thank all the courageous people who show solidarity with the Palestinian people without discrimination of faith, country, language, or religion, and who take to the streets almost every week to raise their voices against the massacres in Gaza. I would like to especially thank the university students and the youth. Distinguished delegates, unfortunately, in the 14th year of the conflict, Syria is still far from stability. The economic and humanitarian situation in the country, in the grip of terrorism and separatist organizations, remains dire. On the basis of UN Security Council Resolution 2254, we hope to advance the political process and achieve national reconciliation. We are determined to sincerely pursue our position in favor of a realistic dialogue. We are very sincere in that regard. Our neighbor Iraq, while continuing its fight against terrorism, is taking decisive steps towards development, reconstruction, and reintegration with its region. And the international community must support Iraq's efforts. In this context, it is important to implement initiatives such as the Development Road Project, which will benefit the entire region on a win-win basis. The success of all these efforts depend on the complete elimination of the terrorist threat in Iraq, in particular the PKK. We are strengthening our common action plan with another neighbor of ours, Iran, in the region in order to establish stability and peace. It's going to contribute tremendously to our efforts. The war in Ukraine has been going on for 3 years, and we are still away from establishing a permanent peace and stability. As the arms race accelerates, the space for diplomacy is shrinking. It's very important that diplomacy and dialogue will ensure territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine, and our support for those endeavors of Turkey will continue even strongly. And again, during this process, we are determined to implement the Montreux Convention on the Straits. We will rigorously implement the Montreux Convention. We support the peace process between Azerbaijan and Armenia and hope that this process will be concluded as soon as possible with good news. We support continued high-level contacts between the two countries, and we are focusing on dialogue. Turkey and Armenia, we are also taking positive steps on that track too. Progress in the Azerbaijan-Armenia peace process will have a positive impact on the Turkey-Armenia normalization process. Dear friends, we play a constructive role for the prosperity and peace at the Balkans, of which we are an integral part, and we act in close cooperation with all actors in the region. As a member of the Steering Committee for Peace Implementation Council, we emphasize the importance of the sovereignty, political unity, and territorial integrity of Bosnia and Herzegovina on every platform, and continue our contribution to Operation EUFOR Althea. We are successfully continuing the Key 4 command we assumed last year and supporting the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue process. We want to see the Aegean Sea and the Eastern Mediterranean as a zone of stability and prosperity where the legitimate interests of all the parties are concerned can be respected. It is in the common interest of the entire region to enhance cooperation, particularly on the delimitation of maritime jurisdictions in accordance with international law, freedom and safety of navigation, and maritime trade. International maritime law encourages cooperation between littoral states in closed or semi-closed seas, such as the Aegean Sea. Turkey is ready for constructive cooperation on all issues, especially in energy and environment. We have the longest coastline in the Eastern Mediterranean, and Turkey's key role is undeniable. Turkey has legitimate rights and authorities in the western part of the island of Cyprus, while the Turkish Cypriots have legitimate rights in the areas around the world. It has been 50 years since the Cyprus peace operation and 61 years since the Cyprus issue emerged as a result of the Greek Cypriot usurpation of the partnership state. From that day until today, peace and tranquility have prevailed on the island. It was always the Turkish Cypriots and Turkey who put forth the sincere will to bring about a just, lasting and sustainable solution to the Cyprus issue. The federation model is now completely outdated, and we fully support the vision of a two-state solution with two different nations put forward by the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. The sovereign, equality and equal international status of the Turkish Cypriots, which are the vested rights of the Turkish Cypriots, must be re-registered and the isolation must end. Today, I once again invite the international community to recognize the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus and to establish diplomatic, political, and economic relations. We actively support the stabilization of Libya and the preservation of the unity and integrity of the country. We call on all states to sincerely stand by Libya at this very sensitive time and contribute to building trust between the parties. We must do more to end the conflict in Sudan. We all have a responsibility to deliver humanitarian assistance to the millions of Sudanese people displaced by the conflict. With its young and dynamic population, rich natural resources, and vast fertile lands, Africa has enormous potential. Based on the principles of equal partnership and mutual respect, hand in hand with the peoples of Africa, we support the continent's efforts for peace, stability, and development. We will continue to stand in full solidarity with our African brothers and sisters. As part of our initiatives, we are strengthening our deep-rooted ties with Asia. We are deepening our engagement with our partner regional organizations such as ASEAN, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and the Pacific Islands Forum. We keep our will to develop our relations with BRICS, which brings together emerging economies alive. We share a deep-rooted history with the countries of Central Asia, and we are further strengthening our cooperation on bilateral and multilateral grounds. Our Organization of Turkic States is gradually turning into a center of attraction. The organization is becoming an exemplary model of cooperation with the contributions of observer members Hungary and the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. We will further strengthen our unity and our togetherness as the Turkic world. And within the framework of respect for China's sovereignty and territorial integrity, we are in close dialogue with China to protect the fundamental rights and freedoms of Uyghur Turks, with whom we have strong historical, cultural, and humanitarian ties. We endeavor to build on the friendly ties we have established with the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. Distinguished delegates, we must work together to address global injustice. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals concept of leaving no one behind is a guiding principle for these efforts. As one of the largest aid donors relative to its gross domestic product, Turkey's development cooperation activities contribute to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. We contribute to efforts to ensure fair, inclusive growth and development in all international platforms, especially the G20, of which we are a member. We approach technological breakthroughs not as a source of new injustice and conflicts, but as a source of a more prosperous future, such as AI. We believe that all nations should equally benefit from the transformative power of these breakthrough technologies. The United Nations Technology Bank for Least Developed Countries, which we are hosting, is a concrete manifestation of our efforts in this direction. But unfortunately, the cyber terror attacks that took place in Lebanon last week show us once again how deadly these technologies can be used as weapons. I approach the climate change issue from that same perspective. No country can tackle emission reductions and climate change adaptation alone. The most important issues for developing countries are financing, technology transfer, and capacity building. I sincerely believe that the COP29 climate summit in Baku will contribute to the solution of these issues. At the summit, we expect to launch important additional initiatives and unveil our long-term low-emission development strategy and the Zero Waste initiative that became a reality under the auspices of my spouse, Madam Emine Erdoğan. And with mutual agreements, we have taken our domestic affairs and initiatives to international agendas. I would like to ask everybody to support our endeavors in that regard. We see Islamophobia, xenophobia, and racism creeping over the world like a poison ivy. We can see that every week attacks are taking place upon our mosques and our holy book of Quran. In the middle of Europe, people's homes are set on fire and lives are taken because of their ethnic and religious affiliation. Their lives are taken away from them and their fundamental rights are being suspended. And nobody can ignore this growing danger any longer. On March 15th, 2024, we expect a special envoy to combat Islamophobia to be appointed at the United Nations as soon as possible, as envisaged in the draft resolution adopted on March the 15th. Today, I would like to draw your attention once again to the danger that I raised last year on this podium. Attacks on the institution of family, the pillar of society, are increasing. The disgrace staged at the opening of the 2024 Olympic Games has revealed the extent of the threat we face as humanity. A sporting event watched by innocent children and hundreds of millions of people of all ages and beliefs has been used as a tool for a sexist propaganda. It was actually a parade of bad scenes. Those disturbing scenes of evil have wounded not only the Catholic world, the Christian world, but everyone who respects the sacred values. The issue of desexualization is no longer an orientation, but a global imposition. It literally became a war against the sacred and human nature. We are facing a multidimensional, comprehensive, and ruthless project of destruction who are speaking out and who are reacting to this evil. Anyone who raises a voice for this annihilation project is silenced and targeted by lynch campaigns. And Turkey is determined to break this siege and resist the climate of fear. To this end, we became a member of the United Nations Friends of the Family Group. Inshallah, God willing, together with other member countries, we will not hesitate to defend the family, the human being, and the human nature. I invite all the countries that share our sentiments to shoulder this struggle. With these thoughts in mind, I wish that the 79th General Assembly will be auspicious for all humanity. I greet you all once again with love and respect. May peace be with you and may you remain in health.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Turkey, The Assembly will hear an address by His Majesty King Abdullah II Ibn al-Hussein, King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. I request protocol to escort His Majesty and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Your Excellencies. Over the past quarter century, I have stood at this podium amidst regional conflicts, global upheavals, and humanitarian crises that have profoundly tested our global community. It often feels that there was not a moment when our world was not in turmoil. And yet, I cannot recall a time of greater peril than this. Our United Nations is facing a crisis that strikes at its very legitimacy and threatens a collapse of global trust and moral authority. The UN is under attack, literally and figuratively. For nearly a year, the sky blue flag flying over UN shelters and schools in Gaza has been powerless to protect innocent civilians from Israeli military bombardment. UN aid trucks sit motionless just miles away from starving Palestinians. humanitarian workers who proudly wear the emblem of this institution are disparaged and targeted. And the rulings of the UN's International Court of Justice are defied, its opinions disregarded. So it's no surprise that both inside and outside this hall, trust in UN's cornerstone principles and ideals is crumbling. The harsh reality many see is that some nations are above international law, that global justice does bend to the will of power, and that human rights are selective, a privilege to be granted or denied at will. We cannot stand for that. And we must recognize that undermining our international institutions and global frameworks is one of the gravest threats to our global security today. Ask yourselves, if we are not nations united in the conviction that all people are equal in rights, dignity, and worth, and that all countries are equal in the eyes of the law, what kind of world does that leave us with? Your Excellencies, the attacks of October 7th on Israeli civilians last year were condemned by countries all over the world, including Jordan. But the unprecedented scale of terror unleashed on Gaza since that day is beyond any justification. The Israeli government's assault has resulted in one of the fastest death rates in recent conflicts, one of the fastest rates of starvation caused by war, the largest cohort of child amputees, and unprecedented levels of destruction. This Israeli government has killed more children, more journalists, more aid workers, and more medical personnel than any other war in recent memory. And let us not forget the attacks on the West Bank. There, since October 7th, the Israeli government has killed more than 700 Palestinians. Among them, 160 children. Palestinians held in Israeli detention centers exceed 10,700, including 400 women and 730 children. 730 children. Over 4,000 Palestinians have been forced from their homes and lands. Armed settler violence has surged, and entire villages have been displaced. And in Jerusalem, a flagrant violations of the historical and legal status quo at Muslim and Christian holy sites continue unabated under the protection and encouragement of members of the Israeli government. To be clear, this is in the West Bank, not Gaza. Almost 42,000 Palestinians have been killed since October 7th. So is it any wonder that many are questioning how can this war not be perceived as deliberately targeting the Palestinians? The level of civilian suffering cannot be written off as unavoidable collateral. I grew up a soldier in a region that is all too familiar with conflict. But there is nothing familiar about this war and the violence unleashed since October 7th. In the absence of global accountability, repeated horrors are normalized, threatening to create a future where anything is permitted, anywhere in the world. Is that what we want? Now is the time to ensure the protection of the Palestinian people. It is the moral duty of this international community to establish a protection mechanism for them across the occupied territories. This will guarantee the safety of Palestinians and Israelis from extremists who are taking our region to the brink of an all-out war. That includes those who continue to propagate the idea of Jordan as an alternative homeland. So let me be very, very clear. That will never happen. We will never accept the forced displacement of Palestinians, which is a war crime. No country in the region benefits from escalation. We have seen that clearly in the dangerous developments in Lebanon over the past few days. This has to stop. For years, the Arab world has extended a hand to Israel through the Arab Peace Initiative, offering full recognition and normalization in exchange for peace. But consecutive Israeli governments, emboldened by years of impunity, have rejected peace and chosen confrontation instead. Impunity gathers force. Left unchecked, it gains momentum. Palestinians have borne more than 57 years of occupation and oppression. During this time, the Israeli government has been allowed to cross one red line after another. But now, Israel's decades-long impunity is becoming its own worst enemy, and the consequences are everywhere. The Israeli government has been accused of genocide at the ICJ. Expressions of outrage at its conduct are echoing around the world. Cities everywhere have seen mass protests, and calls for sanctions are growing louder. International frustration with Israel has long been mounting, but it has never been more exposed. For decades, Israel has projected itself as a thriving Western-style democracy in the Middle East. But the brutality of the war on Gaza has forced the world to look closer. Now many see Israel through the eyes of its victims. And the contradiction, the paradox, is too jarring. The modern advanced Israel admired from afar, and the Israel that Palestinians have experienced firsthand, simply cannot coexist. Israel will eventually be entirely one or the other. That is the choice its leaders and its people will have to make. To live by the democratic values of freedom, justice, and equality for all, or to risk further isolation and rejection. Over and over, we have watched Israel try to achieve security through military means. Each escalation is followed by a pause until the next deadlier one. And for years, the global community has taken the path of least resistance, accepting the status quo of the ongoing military occupation of Palestinians, all the while paying lip service to the two-state solution. But it has never been more evident that the current status quo is untenable. And as the International Court of Justice's advisory opinion underscored 2 months ago, it is unequivocally illegal. The court's opinion bears a moral imperative to us all. The obligation it carries is one that our nations cannot afford to ignore for the sake of our world, as well as the future for Palestinians and Israelis alike. Because both peoples deserve to live their lives in dignity, free of violence and fear. And the only way to achieve that is a just peace, one grounded in international law, justice, equal rights, and mutual recognition. That is something we, as nations and people everywhere, can and must unite around. Your Excellencies, the world is watching, and history will judge us by the courage we show. And it is not just the future that will hold us accountable, so will the people of the here and now. They will judge whether we, as the United Nations, will surrender to inaction or will fight to uphold the principles that anchor this institution and our world. Right now, they are asking whether we will stand by as parents watch their children waste away, as doctors watch their patients die for lack of basic medical supplies, and as more innocent lives are lost because the world failed to act. This war must end. Hostages and detainees must return home. But every day we wait is one day too long for far too many. So I call on all countries to join Jordan in enforcing an international Gaza humanitarian gateway, a massive relief effort to deliver food, clean water, medicine, and other vital supplies to those in desperate need. Because humanitarian aid should never be a tool of war. Whatever our politics, one truth is undeniable. No people should have to endure such unprecedented suffering, abandoned and alone. We cannot surrender the future to those who thrive on division and conflict. I urge all nations of conscience to unite with Jordan in the critical weeks ahead on this mission. Almost a year into this war, our world has failed politically, but our humanity must not fail the people of Gaza any longer. Echoing the words of my father from 64 years ago at the 15th session of the General Assembly, I pray that this community of nations may have the courage to decide wisely and fearlessly, and will act with urgent resolve that this crisis and our conscience demand. My father was a man who fought for peace to the very end. And like him, I refuse to leave my children or your children a future we have given up on. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan.
La Asamblea escuchará ahora.
The Assembly
This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service. This is the secondary audio circuit for the Reuters live service.
Relations well-known and common concept of war, but rather it is a crime of genocide by means of the most sophisticated weapons against the people besieged in a detention camp where there is no escape from the barrage of aerial bombing. Resolutions, condemnations, and reports have been exhausted. Nothing is left except the undeterred, ongoing, and premeditated stark crime with children, women, and the elderly as their victims. We oppose violence and the targeting of innocent civilians by any party. But after a year of this war, and with all that has taken place and that continues to take place, it is no longer tenable to talk about Israel's right to defend itself in this context without being complicit in justifying the crime. It is no longer plausible for any official to claim that they do not know. The facts are well known, and reports issued by international organizations about the bombing of schools and hospitals, weaponizing access to food and medicine, in addition to the published and publicly uttered intentions of Israeli leaders. Therefore, the failure to intervene to stop the aggression is a major scandal. Ladies and gentlemen, every year I stand on this podium and I begin by talking about the Palestinian cause, the absence of justice, the perils of believing that it can be neglected, and the illusions of making peace without a just solution to the Palestinian cause. I have done so every year at a time when the Palestinian cause has become absent from the speeches of major powers' representatives in our world. There are those who are tempted by the possibility of marginalizing this issue to get rid of its burden or seeing it vanished without resolving it. But the Palestinian cause is resistant to marginalization because it is an issue of indigenous people on their own land, a people who are subjected to a settler colonial occupation. This occupation has taken the form of an apartheid system in the 21st century. Can this be overlooked? The Palestinian cause will remain in place, except in two cases, either the end of the occupation or the disappearance of the Palestinian people. It seems there are those in Israel who entertain wishful thinking to eliminate the Palestinian people. The ongoing Israeli aggression for nearly a year is nothing but a result of the absence of a sincere political will, a deliberate international failure to resolve the Palestinian issue with a just solution, and insistence of the occupying Israeli authorities to impose a fait accompli on the Palestinians and the world with all types of force. The ongoing brutal war has fired the coup de grace at international legitimacy and inflicted serious damage on the credibility of the post-World War II concepts on which the international community was founded. As if the dire consequences of this approach, which are visible before our very eyes, are not enough to prove that ignoring a just solution is conducive to disaster. We discover, to our disbelief, that some are still trying to find innovative measures to run Gaza after the war, with or without an authority, only on the basis of security considerations. And what is meant, of course, is the security of the occupation, not the security of those languishing under the occupation. It is the same mindset that led from one disaster to another. It is the approach that wants to tailor the entire region to fit Israel, while looking for circumventions to avoid ending the occupation and work on imposing the rule of one people over another by force. Is it reasonable that even after this disaster, the major countries with the ability to influence the course of events are unable to reach a conclusion of the necessity to stop the war and pivot towards a just solution immediately instead of innovatively working on formulations to evade it? The end of the occupation and the Palestinian people exercising their right to self-determination is neither a favor nor a gift from anyone. Unfortunately, the Security Council has failed to implement its ceasefire resolution in the Gaza Strip and to refrain from granting the State of Palestine full membership status in the United Nations, despite the fact that the General Assembly adopted a resolution last May supporting Palestine's request for UN membership. The State of Palestine's full UN membership neither establishes its sovereignty nor ends the occupation, but at least it sends a message to the far-right government involved in challenging international legitimacy. That force does not eliminate rights. Talking about such a step harming the peace process is simply eyewash, because there is no Israeli partner for peace during the current government's tenure. No peace process is taking place, but rather there's a genocide. In this regard, we highly value the position of countries that recognize the State of Palestine based on 1967 borders. The continuation of the humanitarian tragedy of the brotherly Palestinian people for more than 7.5 decades. This is a shameful stain on the conscience of the international community and its institutions. There is no point in talking about security, peace and stability in the Middle East region and across the world if not backed by concrete steps leading to an immediate ceasefire and an end to the Israeli occupation of all Arab territories. Ladies and gentlemen, it is no secret that we are facing a humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza and other Palestinian territories, which are subjected to coordinated attacks by the occupation army and settlers in an attempt to enforce plans to expand settlements, annex the West Bank, and Judaize Jerusalem. The international community bears the responsibility for the consequences of what is happening to the brotherly Palestinian people. The Palestinian people are subjected to unfolding genocidal war that has resulted so far in the death of more than 41,000 martyrs, let alone the missing under the rubble, including 17,000 children, 11,000 women, 100,000 wounded, and thousands of disabled and millions of people forcibly displaced several times, in addition to the complete destruction of the infrastructure of hospitals, schools, and buildings, including mosques and churches. A whole society is being destroyed in the course of the genocide against segments of the Palestinian people. It is the Gazan Palestinian community that has retained its composure and achieved remarkable development levels amid more than 17-year-old stifling siege. Mr. President, the State of Qatar has opted for undertaking mediation efforts in an endeavor to stop the aggression on Gaza and secure the release of prisoners and detainees. It is a mediation amidst fierce war and complex circumstances during which one party would not hesitate to assassinate counterpart political leaders with whom it negotiates, such as the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh, who many people feign forgetfulness that he was not only the political leader of Hamas, but also the first elected Palestinian prime minister. For us, mediation and humanitarian work are both a strategic political choice at the regional and international levels and a humanitarian duty before being a political one. We're not being boastful. Our mediation efforts in partnership with the Arab Republic of Egypt and the United States of America culminated in a humanitarian agreement last November. It resulted in a brief ceasefire in the Gaza Strip, the release of 240 Palestinian prisoners and 109 of the detainees in Gaza, It increased the flow of relief shipments. We also provided humanitarian support to the civilian population in the Gaza Strip and contributed to evacuating the wounded and the sick. We supported humanitarian initiatives to deliver aid through all accessible routes. We increased our support to UNRWA, an irreplaceable international agency whose services are indispensable and which has been subjected to defamation for political purposes related to the Israeli government's desire to eliminate the refugee crisis without resolving the Palestinian cause. The state of Qatar will spare no effort to provide various forms of humanitarian assistance to the brotherly Palestinian people until this crisis is resolved. Despite the daunting challenges, obstruction attempts, and the aspersions we are subjected to, we will continue our efforts of mediation to resolve the disputes through peaceful means, as we are cognizant that any dispute will never lack a force interested in its continuation, while being skeptical of any mediation regardless of the intentions. We will continue to make every effort with our partners until we reach a permanent ceasefire, secure the release of prisoners and detainees, take the path of a just solution in accordance with the resolutions of the international legitimacy and the Arab Peace Initiative, to enable the Palestinian people to obtain all their legitimate rights, foremost of which their independent state with East Jerusalem as its capital on the 1967 borders. The establishment of an independent Palestinian state within a just and permanent solution is in the interest of the Israeli and Palestinian peoples. We will not achieve this goal except with a serious partner who is aware of the importance of renouncing discord and ending the occupation and all forms of aggression so that we can reach together the desired peace in the Middle East. Mr. President, apart from committing a major crime by rigging wireless communication devices and exploding them simultaneously across thousands of people with total disregard for their identity or location, Israel is currently waging a war on Lebanon, and no one knows to what extent this war could escalate. This is what we have repeatedly warned against. If the brutal war on Gaza does not end, this systematic destructive war must stop. And this is the choice before Israel, as its leaders know very well. They know that it will neither bring security nor peace to northern Israel nor to Lebanon, and that the key to security rests on a just peace. Stop the aggression on Gaza. Stop the war on Lebanon. In brotherly Yemen, we look forward to preserving the 2022 truce and proceeding therefrom towards a comprehensive ceasefire, resolving the crisis, ensuring Yemen's unity, and achieving the aspirations of its brotherly people through negotiations between the Yemeni parties based on the outcomes of the national dialogue, the Gulf Initiative, and relevant Security Council resolutions. As regards to the crisis in Syria, and since the beginning of the crisis, the position of the state of Qatar has been clear, and that is that Qatar is keen on the interests of brotherly Syrian people, hoping that the parties and countries involved in the crisis will be convinced of the necessity for dialogue and understanding to end this crisis in accordance with the Geneva Declaration 1 and Security Council Resolution 2254 in a way that will achieve the aspirations of the Syrian people and preserve Syria's unity, sovereignty, and independence. Regarding the Sudanese issue, we call on all the Sudanese parties to stop the fighting, and we reaffirm our support for all regional and international efforts to end this crisis in a way that will ensure the unity of state institutions and the sovereignty and stability of Sudan. In Libya, we support the political trajectory and the implementation of Security Council resolutions, and we urge all parties to recourse to dialogue and overcome differences in order to complete the comprehensive national reconciliation, preserve the progress and gains achieved on the security, political and economic tracks, and unify state institutions. Arab countries cannot achieve security and stability without the existence of firmly established states capable of legislating and enforcing the law, developing and implementing national policies. No state can firmly be established and be stable in the presence of armed factions that are not under its control. These are self-evident and unquestionable matters. Ladies and gentlemen, the war between Russia and Ukraine has caused great human suffering and left repercussions on Europe and the world. We reiterate our call on all parties to implement the provisions of the Charter of the United Nations and the rules of international law to seek to find a peaceful solution as the only possible solution. In this context, and based on our firm belief in the principle of peaceful settlement of disputes, we have made a tangible contribution over the past year as Qatari mediation led to prisoner swap between the United States and Venezuela. And dozens of Ukrainian children were reunited with their families after being separated by the war. Finally, we affirm that the state of Qatar will spare no effort in working with its international partners and the United Nations to firmly consolidate the pillars of peace, security, sustainable development, human rights, and the rule of law at all levels, and to address global challenges in order to achieve a better future for all. Thank you, and may the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Amir of the State of Qatar. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Chair of the Assembly. We take this opportunity to thank the United Nations Assembly to give us a chance to speak. 30 years ago, South Africa was born as a new nation, equal, united, and free from apartheid. We adopted a new constitution as the birth certificate of our new nation. Our first democratic elections brought the tyranny of apartheid to an end, a system that this General Assembly had declared to be a crime against humanity. In adopting Resolution 2202A in 1966, as later endorsed by the Security Council in 1985, the United Nations was a beacon of hope in our quest for justice. The great wave of solidarity of the peoples of the world, led by the United Nations, turned the tide against apartheid. Today, democracy flourishes in South Africa. We have a progressive constitution, an entrenched human rights culture, and strong institutions. We have laws to advance equality and programs to protect society's most marginalized and vulnerable. We continue to transform our economy so that it is in a more competitive position to create jobs, to attract more investment, and that it should benefit all. South Africa is a party to global treaties on human rights, gender equality, children's rights, refugee protection, and environmental protection. A few days ago, South Africa also endorsed the pact that charts the course for a better future for global governance and towards the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. As signatory to the Paris Agreement, we are contributing our fair share towards the global effort and have a just energy transition plan to guide our carbon journey and climate resilient development. Through the African Union, we are working to advance Agenda 2063. We are involved in mediation and conflict resolution across our continent and actively contribute to peacekeeping missions. Our political culture has evolved and it continues to mature. We have just held our 7th free and fair general elections since our democracy, paving the way for the formation of the Government of National Unity. 10 political parties have coalesced around a common agenda for economic growth, job creation, poverty eradication, and sustainable development. South Africa is in a new era, an era of great promise. In what some have called our second miracle, South Africans of all races have rallied behind the Government of National Unity. We are making headway in resolving some of our most pressing challenges. Our economy has started to improve and investor confidence is on the rise. Our country's prospects look bright, and we look to the future with great hope. The South African story bears witness to the enduring role of the United Nations in global matters. In supporting our struggle, the United Nations affirmed the principles of the UN Charter, the fundamental human rights, the dignity and worth of every person, and the equal rights of nations, large and small. It affirmed the aspiration contained in the Universal Declaration of Rights that we should strive for a world free of barbarous acts that outrage the conscience of humankind. Genocide was declared to be a stain on the conscience of the world, and the world community took a stand against genocide. Apartheid was declared a crime against humanity and a stain on the conscience of the world. The United Nations took a stand against apartheid. These were seen as crimes against humanity then, and they continue to be crimes against humanity now. It has been 11 months since the Hamas attack that killed 1,200 people and where hostages were taken. As South Africa, we have condemned this attack. In response, Israel embarked on an act of collective punishment in its assault on the people of Gaza. The torment of the people of Gaza continues unabated. More than 41,000 Palestinians have been killed. Homes, hospitals, churches, mosques, and schools lie destroyed. Famine and disease stalk the streets of Gaza. This cannot but shock our collective humanity. The violence the Palestinian people are being subjected to is a grim continuation of more than half a century of apartheid that has been perpetrated against Palestinians by Israel. We South Africans know what apartheid looks like. We lived through apartheid. We suffered and died under apartheid. We will not remain silent and watch as apartheid is perpetrated against others. Through the United Nations and the instruments it wields, we must end the suffering that Palestinians are being subjected to. We are called upon to uphold the principles of the UN Charter and to uphold consistently and in their entirety the fundamental tenets of international law. International law cannot be applied selectively. No one state is more equal than any other. In December last year, South Africa approached the International Court of Justice, seeking an order to prevent Israel from committing genocide against the people of Gaza. We did so in terms of our obligations as a state party to the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. As South Africa, we welcome the support that a number of countries have given to the case that we have launched at the ICJ. The ICJ's orders make it clear that there is a plausible case of genocide against the people of Gaza. They further make it clear that states must also act to prevent genocide by Israel and to ensure that they are not themselves party to the violation of the Genocide Convention by aiding or assisting in the commission of genocide. We reiterate our call for an immediate ceasefire and for the release of all hostages. The only lasting solution is the establishment of a Palestinian state, a state that will exist side by side with Israel, with East Jerusalem as its capital. Our moral conscience further demands that we exert every effort to bring peace also to other countries, especially the eastern part of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, to Sudan, to Ukraine, and other parts of the African continent. We must realize the aspirations of the people of Western Sahara to self-determination. Achieving and maintaining peace and security requires the collective will of the community of nations gathered here. It requires that the UN Security Council should be a more representative body and inclusive. 78 years since its formation, the structure of the United Nations Security Council remains largely unchanged. Africa and its 1.4 billion people remain excluded from its key decision-making structures. This cannot continue. The Security Council has not fulfilled its mandate to maintain international peace and security, The UN Security Council must be reformed as a matter of agency. We would like to see the Security Council being more inclusive so that the voices of all nations can be heard and be considered. It cannot remain an exclusive club of just 5 nations to the exclusion of the many nations in the world. Africa stands ready to play its role in building a safer global order by participating in the work of the UN Security Council on the basis of respect and acceptance. The African Union and its member states are engaged in mediation, in dialogue and diplomacy across our continent to create conditions under which peace and development can take hold. There must be greater collaboration between the United Nations and the African Union towards resolving a number of conflicts and also in addressing the root causes of conflicts that continue to rage. Pandemics and endemics pose a serious threat to us all. We are concerned by the spread of mpox across the world and in Africa in particular. We urge the international community to mobilize vaccines and other medical countermeasures for deployment where they are most needed. Economic prosperity is key to sustainable peace. Through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, we are establishing the foundation for a massive increase in trade and investment and infrastructure in our continent. The AFCFTA will further integrate regional economies and accelerate Africa's industrialization and economic growth. The climate crisis is now a full-blown climate emergency in the world. It impacts very devastatingly to both countries and citizens of many countries. Extreme weather, such as flooding, fires, and droughts, are becoming wreaking havoc on societies, economies, and the livelihoods of ordinary people. Despite being least responsible for climate change, developing economy countries, and particularly African countries, are bearing the brunt of what they did not create and are in the front line. As South Africa, we remain committed to contributing our fair share to reduce global emissions, guided by the principle of differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. We have adaptation and mitigation programs and policies in place and have passed a climate change law to further support our emissions reduction targets. It is essential that climate actions do not deepen global inequality or stifle the developmental aspirations of the Global South. The industrialized nations are not honoring their climate commitments, and we repeat the call for predictable and sustainable financing for climate action. We must operationalize the agreed upon climate financing and capacity building instruments to advance mitigation and adaptation. Pursuing sustainable development necessitates that those with greater means should support those who lack them. The world faces annual financing gap of some $4 trillion to achieve sustainable development. We call on better resourced countries to scale up their levels of support to developing economy countries. Debt is the millstone around the neck of many developing economy countries, stifling their potential and development. Debt servicing is robbing a number of countries of much-needed funds to support health, education, and social spending. South Africa endorses the United Nations Secretary General's call for the reform of the global financial architecture to enable developing economy countries to lift themselves out of the quicksand of debt. We must commit to systems for financing development that are more accessible, agile, and equitable. In 2025, South Africa will assume the presidency of the G20. We will use this important role to advocate for the peoples of Africa and all of the global South, for their development and advancement. South Africa welcomes the adoption of the Pact for the Future and congratulate our sister country, Namibia, as well as for the Federal Republic of Germany for having ably steered the United Nations towards the adoption of the resolution in this regard. This Pact of the Future is a platform for us to focus on those actions we need to take together to build a world in which the equal worth of every person and the equal worth of every country is recognized and valued. We particularly welcome the commitments to place poverty eradication at the center of all our efforts, and for the Sustainable Development Goals financing gap in developing countries to be closed. The disparities in wealth and development within and between countries is simply unjust and unsustainable. We must continue to strive for equal treatment, for equal opportunity and advancement for all individuals and all nations. The Pact for the Future must reinvigorate international solidarity. Like veins that carry sustenance to every part of the body, solidarity is the lifeblood of human progress. It binds us together to nourish the greater good. It is achieving the greater good for the common good to which we all strive. Through dialogue, through respect for the rule of law, through the advancement of human rights, through cooperation and solidarity, we can and we will be able to achieve a better world for all the peoples of the world. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of South Africa. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Mohamed Muizu, President of the Republic of Maldives. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. Mr. President, congratulations on the assumption of your presidency of the General Assembly. Our appreciation also to your predecessor for his strong leadership. We extend our gratitude to the Secretary General for his tireless efforts in steering the Secretariat. We gather here today at a delicate moment in the world history. Let's not mince our words today. Humanity is in deep trouble, facing an ever-growing list of crises: conflict, poverty, hunger, climate change, the wealth gap, the cost of living crisis, migration, occupation, opioid addiction. The list goes on and on and on. In fact, I have a map here of the world with countries which are facing some sort of crisis in red. Do you see any countries in green who are not facing any crisis? Do you know why? Because we are all deep in the red. Humanity is in crisis, and in many cases, it's man-made. But we look the other way, continuing with business as usual. While the alarms are ringing, the band is still playing the same old tunes as the whole ship descends deeper and deeper into uncharted waters. We need nations united in harmony, not united nations in misery. These are crucial times for the world, important years for my country. In 2040, the Maldives will celebrate 75 years regaining its independence. 75 years as a sovereign nation. As we look forward to that milestone in our nation's life, what we can hope to achieve? What do we wish to accomplish? And is the world ready to play its part? I took office as the President of Maldives last November, duty-bound by the aspirations of my people. The same aspirations I hold dear to my heart, not just for the present, but for the future too. Today, I'm here at the United Nations with a vision of where I want to take my country. By 2040, I wish to see the Maldives as a full-fledged developed nation. A nation that commands respect, is relevant, and one that embodies resilience. A society that is inclusive and just. A country that exemplifies sustainability and democratic governance. Destiny is not mere fate. It is a consequence of the many choices we make, the many decisions we take, and the many hours we work. Becoming a developed nation may seem like a daunting task and a distant possibility, but I can tell you this, with a goal in sight and a plan in hand, it is achievable, because prevailing and even flourishing against formidable odds is nothing new for the Maldivians. In 1965, when we regained independence, we were among the poorest countries in the world. 1/3 of our population was illiterate. More than 1 out of every 10 babies were dying before their first birthday. We had no industries, barely any exports, and even fewer prospects. And in just 5 decades, we have reached upper middle income status, a feat we are incredibly proud of. I believe the Maldives can become a developed country by investing in the country's productive capacity and increasing its productivity, by transforming our economy into one that is fully digitized and driven by artificial intelligence, and most importantly, by leveraging the natural beauty and marine resources of our country. Boosting productivity will be the key to economic transformation. This we will do by reforming and strengthening our institutions, increasing our state capacity, and leveraging the private sector. We will also identify and implement policies that support investments in key sectors, such as the digital economy. The Maldives has over 1,100 islands spread across 90,000 square kilometers. Enhancing digital connectivity is key to achieving inclusive development, mobilizing economic activity, and fostering a more diversified and resilient economy. We believe the future is intelligence-driven. This is why we are working towards a digital economy that can contribute up to 15% of our GDP by 2030. This can be achieved through investing in our ICT infrastructure. We are using and expanding artificial intelligence systems to deliver essential services such as healthcare, education, and social welfare. We are also delving into cutting-edge applications of 5G technology, using drones for medical supplies, delivery and implementing smart road systems, and using AI-enhanced technology for erosion detection and environmental monitoring. The transformation can be sustainable only if we transform our education and financial systems. We need to invest in digital literacy from a young age to build a generation that can use artificial intelligence to enhance public service delivery, build new products, and successfully compete in the global digital economy. We need to bridge the digital divide within the country, including through improving data collection and utilization. We need to strengthen the regulatory frameworks, strengthening existing institutions, cultivating startup ecosystems, and providing the impetus for the future we envision. Becoming a developed country will also require fostering new industries. This is why we are also working on building a robust financial sector in the Maldives. With this in mind, in May this year, I set up the Development Bank of Maldives with a focus on improving and investing in economic diversification. The result we desire is inclusive development, where equality of access to opportunities is guaranteed, where women and young people play key players in development, not mere spectators, and where every Maldivian citizen has adequate housing. To support objectives, my government has launched $6.5 million loan facility. It's specifically for women entrepreneurs, of which 25% is allocated to those with disabilities. In the first phase, over 100 projects will be funded across 19 of the 20 atolls and Male, and across 21 business activities. I have also recently launched a Presidential Youth Advisory Board. This board will advise and inform me directly on the needs and views of young people. Inclusivity is at the heart of one of the most ambitious large-scale urban development projects in the country's history, Ras Male. This is my promise to the Maldivian people, a solution to alleviate the long-term housing crisis, an urban oasis where citizens can fully participate in all aspects of city life. Ras Male will utilize modular housing, leverage a state-of-the-art transportation system that is accessible to all. It will be developed as a climate-resilient and safe island. Tourism drives the Maldivian economy. My vision is to expand the tourism sector further. This means building complementary industries centered around innovation and creativity. This means more sustainable and construction practices emphasizing on green and sustainable tourism. We are also expanding our main international airport, our air connectivity, and the fleet of our national airline. These steps will support the expansion of the tourism sector and at the same time generate more revenue for the country. But tourism is also highly vulnerable to external shocks, conflicts, calamities, and causes beyond our control can and have had far-reaching critical implications in the past. We need the international system to anticipate and address these threats. Threats such as armed conflicts, terrorism, violent extremism, transnational organized crime, climate change, ocean degradation, crimes that transcend national borders. Part of addressing these threats is to safeguard and protect people's fundamental rights. In 2015, the world came together to endorse humanity's fundamental rights. by committing to the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. But 6 years to the SDGs deadline, we are only on track in less than a fifth of those targets. In June, this organization, the UN, issued a report saying the world is failing to deliver on Sustainable Development Goals. This week, we agreed on a pact for the future. But do we want this document, the pact, to go the same way as this one, the 2015 SDG commitments? I'm sorry, but we can't keep doing this. We can't keep meeting, talking, pledging, but not doing. We don't want these days to come back to haunt us. The days when we had a chance but not a will. We believe the best approach to protecting fundamental rights is to cultivate a culture of respect. This requires support. The Maldives has a good track record of treaty ratification, implementation, and reporting. We champion the right to environment because we are keenly aware of the consequences of environmental degradation. We also believe that violation of a right by any country, large or small, rich or poor, with powerful friends or not, must not be tolerated. This is why the ongoing massacre, the genocide by Israel in Gaza, is a travesty of justice and the international system. The repeated destruction of homes, hospitals, schools, humanitarian infrastructure, the repeated cycles of killing of men, women, children, babies, thousands upon thousands. The world is struggling to process the deaths of so many civilians in Gaza, and now Israel raids Lebanon, claiming hundreds more civilian lives there. Their cries haunt anyone with humanity. Their tears bitter our conscience. Israel's targeting of journalists, the eyes and ears of humanity, the killing of journalists, Palestinian journalists, Lebanese journalists, Al Jazeera journalists, the closure of Al Jazeera officers. How can we interpret this as anything other than brutal attempts to prevent the world from knowing about the crimes taking place? Israel must be held accountable for these acts of terrorism, for these violations of international law and UN resolutions. We must accept a sovereign and independent Palestinian state on the pre-1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital. We welcome the decision to seat our brothers and sisters from Palestine with us here in the General Assembly for the first time, instead of behind us. Now we must ensure that Palestine becomes a full member of the UN. Mr. President, Mr. President, the Maldives is gearing up for an economic transformation that will change lives. But our policies can deliver the results only with sufficient international financial support. The Maldives has always taken ownership and responsibility for its own development. While we have received extensive support towards our development, we urge the multilateral development funds, banks, and bilateral donors to view us as your partners, not just as recipients of aid, to stop looking at our inherent vulnerabilities as limitations, to adopt tailor-made approaches which are mutually beneficial, to reduce the cost of borrowing, to make the financial system work for us, not penalize us, to make your terms flexible, your financing less rigid, to make your lending targeted, affordable, and responsible. Mr. President, climate change is the most serious threat to our world, the defining challenge of our generation. It's washing away decades of progress in mere minutes. It's diverting already depleted resources of long-term development to emergency relief and reconstruction, preventing countries from adapting to climate impact. And the vicious cycle continues. The Maldives has always walked the talk. We are investing in renewable energy. Our goal is to have 33% of the country's electricity demand from renewable energy sources by 2028. On behalf of the Maldivian people, I implore you, do your part, act now. We must face the climate emergency head on, with science, determination, and resources. The rich and emitting countries need to meet the financial pledges already made, especially on adaptation, where the financing gap continues to widen. As we work towards COP29, we must ensure the new goal on climate finance matches the level of climate action required. This means the new goal must go beyond the $100 billion. It must include as a minimum loss and damage response, mitigation and adaptation as sub-goals. One of the biggest victims of the climate crisis is the ocean. The Maldivian people and their livelihoods are dependent on the health and wealth of the ocean. We need to step up efforts to sustainably use and manage our ocean resources, address plastic pollution, conserve biodiversity, and protect endangered species. This morning, I ratified the Global Ocean Treaty. We urge you all to do the same. We urge you to do your part to address climate change, overcome pollution, and reverse biodiversity loss. The transformation the Maldives seeks cannot be achieved without an enabling global environment. Small countries like mine need a multilateral system that champions us and delivers for us. The United Nations is the epitome of the multilateral system. It is well positioned to promote sustainable development, to maintain peace and security, to promote and protect human rights, to enforce equality, the rule of law, inclusivity, and representativeness. But what we are witnessing is the opposite. Inability to stop climate change and environmental degradation, inability to stop war and genocide, inability to stop exploitation and suffering, inability to stop unequal representation. Hence, the United Nations needs reform and revitalization. It needs to be representative. The Maldives cannot and will not watch and stand idle while the multilateral system fails, because our development, our advancement, and our survival is tethered to the world. That's why the Maldives is seeking to get elected to the Economic and Social Council for the 2027 to 2029 term. We count on your support. If elected, the Maldives will strive to make the UN development system more relevant to our times, continuously recalibrating and adjusting, utilizing the latest science and evidence, listening to the variety of opinions and views. The United Nations must enforce its decisions across the UN system and at local level. The United Nations is only relevant when it makes a real difference in our lives. Mr. President, 59 years ago, the Maldives reached out to the United Nations as its first port in a sea of uncertainty. We came here to this great hall, seeking recognition, seeking a partner. We came to you as a poor and impoverished country, but with a vision of prosperity, a vision which we made great progress with your support. Today, once again, we come to you aiming higher, to reach further, and to do better, with a vision to make the Maldives a developed nation by 2040. For I believe development is destiny, and our destiny beckons towards a brighter future for the present and future generations. I thank you.
En nombre de la Asamblea, agradezco al presidente de la...
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Maldives.
Honorable President, Excellency Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I at the onset extend my warm words of congratulation to His Excellency Mr. Philemon Yan on his election as the President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. My heartfelt thanks also go out to His Excellency Mr. Dennis Francis in recognition of his fruitful engagement as the President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Distinguished delegates, today the world is facing up to a turbulent and intricate situation. The controversial geopolitical process, rapid weaponization, escalation of the Cold War, armed conflicts, aftermath of climate change and other global jeopardies and threats will undoubtedly give rise to the long-term negative consequences. In this context, it is critical more than ever that we consolidate joint efforts of the international community to protect security, maintain stability, and ensure overall sustainable development. Obviously, we can bring lasting peace, build a harmonious life of mankind and prosperity of countries primarily on the basis of mutual understanding and constructive cooperation. We ought to be united to achieve these objectives, bring all wars and conflicts to an end, as well as implement other peaceful goals. It is high time now to take bold and effective steps forward to strengthen the key role of the United Nations in resolving conflicts and restoring peace and stability across the planet. I, in this regard, would like to propose to adopt a special United Nations General Assembly resolution declaring the decade of promotion of peace for future generations. As I've stated time and again, Tajikistan always advocates the solution of all conflicts only through political and diplomatic means. At the same time, I would like to emphasize that the Republic of Tajikistan continues uninterrupted, unwavering support of an implementation of the 2030 Agenda to achieve sustainable development goals. It is worth noting that the principal message of this agenda is also reflected in Tajikistan National Development Strategy 2030, and continued efforts are being taken to achieve the primary goals. Nevertheless, the existence of a wide range of difficulties hinder the timely financing of sustainable development. Challenges include security turmoil, economic and financial crisis, unprecedented warming due to climate change, and loss of biodiversity, as well as an outbreak of contagious diseases. In a political declaration recently adopted by the General Assembly, member states have admitted that achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals is in threat. According to the United Nations Secretary General's report, the international community will be able to achieve only 17% of Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. We are witnessing the setbacks in results achieved within the Sustainable Development Goals in many developing countries. In view of this, we need to intensify our efforts to implement the 2030 Agenda in a timely manner and pay particular attention to the financing for sustainable development. It means that we need to prioritize sustainable development for developing countries and financing with a view to facilitate and promote this sustainable development achievement. We do also believe that the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, scheduled to be held in Spain in July 2025, as per the United Nations General Assembly resolution, will play a crucial role in exploring new approaches to remove barriers on the way to financing for development. Necessarily, the activities of the international financial and economic system should meet the needs of developing countries so that it can facilitate the timely counter-response of member states to modern threats and challenges. In that context, in order to implement the goals and programs we've outlined, we believe it is important to continue financing countries in need by international financial institutions, especially through the means of the International Development Association, IDA. Digital technologies and artificial intelligence pave the suitable ways for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Tajikistan is taking effective and the most necessary measures for the gradual transition to digitalization system by adopting the national strategy and relevant conceptual legal acts. I, in this respect, propose to the General Assembly to adopt at its upcoming session a special resolution on the role of artificial intelligence in creating new opportunities for socio-economic development and acceleration of the Sustainable Development Goals achievement in the region of Central Asia. Tajikistan recognizes the importance of the Summit of the Future held in the framework of the current session of the United Nations General Assembly. The intergovernmental document, the Pact for the Future, adopted during the summit, plays a key role in ensuring peace, security and sustainable development, and we welcome the willingness of the international community to implement this pact. This pact was adopted at a time when millions of civilians are exposed to security risks and dangers in different regions around the world. We reckon that the international community must take joint and effective actions to withstand the threats of terrorism and extremism, radicalism, cybercrime, trafficking in narcotics and weapons smuggling, and fight other manifestations of transnational crime. Furthermore, the rise of Islamophobia, as well as the trend of practicing double-standard policy in international relationships in recent years has become a matter of our deep concern. Our country constantly carries out joint actions in cooperation with the United Nations and its specialized agencies, as well as other international partners to counter security threats and challenges. Consequently, Tajikistan and the state of Kuwait, in cooperation with the United Nations Office on Counterterrorism, will hold the next high-level conference in the framework of the Dushanbe process on counterterrorism in the city of Kuwait this November. We do believe that this platform will mainly focus on the subjects related to the persistence of inclusive security and stability and contribute to the continuation of an extended and trustful dialogue, as well as facilitate the exchange of helpful experience and ideas among the stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, on security matters, I would like to emphasize that the Palestinian crisis remains a matter of deep concern to our country. Today's tragic situation in this region once again proves that there is absolutely no military solution to the Palestinian case. Tajikistan believes that an ultimate and tangible solution to this conflict would be possible only through the implementation of the United Nations resolutions on recognition of an independent state of Palestine based on 1967 borders. We hope that conflicting parties will take actions for a ceasefire deal and arrange the peace negotiations, and the international community will take effective steps to restore the lasting stability in Palestine. Moreover, we uphold the establishment of enduring peace and stability, as well as economic and social development in neighboring Afghanistan. To this end, Tajikistan is always ready to accord its assistance in the revival and development of a wide range of sectors of peaceful life in Afghanistan. Subsequently, I repeatedly call on the international community to spare no effort to help the long-suffering people of Afghanistan, including regions affected by natural disasters, to prevent a humanitarian crisis in this war-torn country. Honourable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it has been more than a year since the United Nations Water Conference 2023. According to the reports of relevant United Nations agencies, progress in water supply and sanitation, despite some improvements, does not meet our expectations. It needs to be much more done. As a result, Tajikistan, as a champion country, actively cooperates with all stakeholders to implement the commitments stemming from the Water Action Agenda of the United Nations Water Conference 2023. Successful accomplishment of these and other water-related commitments and goals will depend on effective multi-stakeholder partnerships that ensure integrated and systematic, coherent approach. In this regard, it is important for us to take advantage of Dushanbe Water Process Platform to monitor the outcomes of the United Nations Water Conference 2023. We believe that Dushanbe Water Process will play a pivotal role as a platform for a broad, inclusive dialogue of stakeholders for a comprehensive preparation for the United Nations Water Conference in Dushanbe in 2028. Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, at the backdrop of a climate change impact, the international community needs to work on collective approach and initiatives in the proper use of natural resources and the relentless activities of various fields of human life. In recent years, the natural disasters, along with a series of droughts, cause enormous damage to the agriculture, environment, and economies of developing countries in general. Being 93% of its territory covered by mountains, Tajikistan is also vulnerable to climate change due to the frequent occurrence of natural disasters. Natural disasters annually bring damage to the national economy of Tajikistan worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and unfortunately in many cases they cause death toll. Climate change is causing the accelerated melting of glaciers and reduce water volume in the rivers in different parts of the world, including in Central Asia. This process has a negative impact on real sectors of national economy such as energy, industry and agriculture. To date, more than 1,000 out of 14,000 Tajikistan glaciers, which are the main source of drinking water in the region, have completely melted, and the pace of their melting is dramatically increasing. This is despite the fact that precipitation and glaciers of Tajikistan make up to 60% of the source of water resources in Central Asia. And while the United Nations General Assembly's declaration of 2025 as the International Year of Glaciers Preservation at the initiative of Tajikistan provides a suitable basis for a developing cooperation among stakeholders. Pursuant to this United Nations General Assembly resolution, March 21st was declared as the World Glaciers Day, and an international trust fund to promote the glaciers preservation was established under the auspices of the United Nations Secretary-General. Concurrently, the first high-level international conference on glaciers preservation will be hosted in Dushanbe, Tajikistan next year. Taking this opportunity, we call on partner countries and organizations to actively participate and contribute to the arrangement and conduct of this conference. We believe that this important international conference, which is scheduled to be held in cooperation with UNESCO and the World Meteorological Organization, will play an effective role in assessing the global glaciers problems and exploring specific approach and ways for their effective solutions. Alongside with this, we invite all partners to financially contribute to the International Glaciers Trust Fund. It is worth highlighting that to further advance the glaciers preservation agenda, Tajikistan, together with France, has put forward another initiative to declare 2025-2034 a decade of action for cryospheric sciences. Our country has adopted a national strategy for adaptation to climate change 2030, based on its international obligations, including specific provisions of the Paris Agreement. Evidently, one of the ways to successfully mitigate the challenges related to climate change is the development of a green economy, which in turn calls for green energy development. Considering the importance of this reality, our country has approved and currently is implementing the Green Economy Development Strategy for 2023-2037. We currently produce 98% of our electricity from the country's hydroelectric power resources, and we are ranked the 6th in the world in terms of the share of greener energy produced from renewable sources. The goal of the implementation of our plans in this direction is to turn Tajikistan into a green country by 2037. Today, finding solutions to the daily issues of adaptation to climate change and reducing the severity of its negative consequences is considered one of the top priorities for the international community. We hope that developed countries, the United Nations and its specialized agencies, influential international financial institutions, and other international and regional multilateral entities will further continue to pay serious attention to these important and critical issues. We are convinced that the international community succeeds to achieve its common goals and objectives through the development of trustful dialogue, mutual understanding, and constructive, rewarding cooperation. I thank you for your attention.